Yeah. Can you hear me now, Ghosty, on the stream? Let's see. We also want Discord chat, I think. No, we don't need the webcam. Yeah, I can hear you. Hopefully you can hear me. Actually, I don't have those fired up. So right now, right now we just have these monitors because we have all the original instruments, and then this aircraft got upgraded to sort of drop-in glass replacements for the ADI and HSI, but we went and got the original older ball type ADI and HSI. So right now we're working on getting all the MIP stuff interfaced on the bench, and then in the plane we have been working on getting all the FE interfaced, all the overhead to get interfaced, and the pedestal. But probably for this year we'll still keep the displays up in the front. But we will eventually get to all the real instruments because we have all the original wiring, and we have the wiring diagram manuals from JAL for the plane, so we can look at a wire and read the wire bundle and name off the wire itself, and then go find it in the sheet in the wiring diagram manual that is applicable to this ship number specifically, and do it. So we're keeping all the original wiring and everything, and we're just interfacing to where they cut the wires when they cut this cockpit out of the plane. And one of the cool things about the 400 and the 747 Classic is so much of the logic of the plane actually really just lives like behind the FE panel. So there's like a huge box of relays and whatnot. So when you flick switches, you hear those relays clicking and whatnot, and it's very it came with the plane. We didn't have to recreate all that. So that's been neat. Yeah. Yeah, there are a couple people that are interested in doing that for their, like they want to make 747 classics, and they're taking just the bezel and then putting like little LCDs behind it. But we have all the instruments, and we have a bunch of spares even I've found and bought, and we have 2 mode select panels, so they're on my desk and I'm working on interfacing them. But that's very complicated. There's 5 Canon plugs, each with 55 pins, because it's a 3-channel autopilot, and the routing for the autopilot is very spread out because they want it to be dissimilar and whatnot. And so that and its connections to the P1 and P3 is probably the highest bar we have to climb over, to get done. But P2 with all the engine instruments and the whirring sounds you get, that's going to be pretty good. And then of course you have all the oil indications from the engines here. But with a 7.4 you have 4 engines, so you have 4 generators, 4 hydraulic systems, 9 fuel tanks. Here, let me switch the scene. We switch here. So, you have 4 generators, 4 sets of engines with oil gauges. This is all oil. And then N2. And then 9 with 2 reserve tanks on each wing. A lot of 747 classics only had 1. Ours has 2. Then you have the 4 tank to engines and the center tank. 4 hydraulic systems. So a lot of wires, but compared to a 2-engine plane. But it's good fun. Good fun. Yeah, so we fly it. We basically fly it on VATSIM. Yeah, it's more fun that way rather than just flying around on your own. So we do world flight. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Very cool. Well, yeah. So I'm streaming this on Twitch, and we have a few people in our chat complaining about the hum they're hearing, the 400 hertz hum on my mic. I think we're filtering it out on Discord, but on Twitch I think it's overly strong. Well, be sure to join our, go to our website and join our Discord, and we'd love to hear more about your stories with flying tigers. Well, you don't have to always come in person. You can hang out in our Discord and grace us with your stories. That'd be awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Chili, I think the 400 hertz on Twitch is worse than it should be, but I don't have an easy way to fix it, so you guys will just have to suffer. I think we're picking up some excessive noise somehow, but I don't know. I have to look into it. Power supply issue, maybe ground issue. A wild moose has appeared. Yeah, I know. Well, my son graduated from his preschool at the end of this week, and I really wanted to be there for that. And then we're doing a road trip starting Monday morning off to Yellowstone and Banff. And so, I don't know, I was afraid... Yeah, I know. When we went to preschool, I don't recall having a graduation either, but there were a lot of women crying, and he thought it was fun, so I was glad to be there. But as much as I like being around a bunch of fellow chubby fat men talking about airplanes, yeah, I mean, plus this way, I don't know, you can make it a little bit more tangible, I guess, maybe, in a way, you know, but, like, proof we have a plane, but it's not just AI. So have you? Nice. Great. Are you going to be flying with us for World Flight, or are you flying with the other team? I see. Awesome. Yep. Yeah. Should put my seatbelts on, you know, make it more real. Yeah. Yeah, World Flight's always the first week of November, so it starts on Halloween actually this year, which is not great for parents. Yeah, we're gonna have to go with the single guy cruise to start with. Yeah, there you go. That sounds like a fair trade. Yeah, Chile, you should come down. Yeah, and then we have Yep. Yeah, so we're using Luke. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're using Luketronics and boards and Aviologic, which is software that Lucas behind Luketronics and I are working on developing and writing, and with the right hardware, it's not too computer intensive to run the airplane. Of course, you know, this plane really had very few transistorized bits. Like the fire box has some transistors, and a few other things had transistors. But in the maintenance manual, they say transistorized when there's a transistor. It's mostly diode logic. So it's a lot of wiring, but not a ton of computing power. I see Rich has got his camera there. Nice, nice. So in terms of FMC's chili, we have the ones that this plane came with. It has Canadian Marconi 900s, CMA 900s. I've played around a little bit with interfacing those, but we're starting with the SIVA, and then we also have Litton 92s to figure out, reverse engineer. And then I got the ACARS printer figured out, so we should. Yeah, so we have like 10,000 cut wires on the side of our plane from when they hacksawed it out of the larger plane, right? And then we have to go trace those wires and figure out which ones we want that drive instruments we care about, and then we route those into the Leuctronics boards that do I/O, so like digital, pull to ground, apply at 28 volts. That do synchro, so that's AC phase rotation, and a lot of that was used for dials to show signals on dials, and a little bit of AirLink for digital communication with the fuel gauges and navigation stuff. Hey, good to see you. Yeah. Oh, Gary's. It's coming along good. This year we're a lot less rushed. Last year we got it in July and we were just sort of cutting. Well, I was just saying, last year we were very rushed. This year we're not as rushed because we have the whole year and it's already flyable. So now we're trying to get everything done right. So we've designed a lot of boards and we figured out how we're gonna do all that interfacing, and we've traced, I don't know, thousands of wires now. So it's coming along. It's coming along, and we've. It's great. I talk to Lucas all the time. They're Europeans and I'm an American, so I'm always like a little more direct and wanting to go a little quicker. But they're very polite and pleasant. And but yeah, Lucas is like a fellow soul. He really loves the OEM and he really loves the old stuff. And so yeah, so he and I have like got big plans for Leuctronics and making this like trying to get as many people doing this as possible, and also maybe some commercial stuff. But yeah, no, it's cool. And yeah, during World Flight we have a huge problem because we can't do the RNAVs. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Wait, you bought another? It's a 744 that you guys bought? You said it's a 744 or it's a 7... I thought I heard you say 746, but that doesn't make sense. Oh, 446. Got it. Okay. Yeah, cool. Do you have the wiring diagram manuals for it and everything, or did it come with wiring diagram manuals? Yeah, that was the thing we really lucked out on. Was I bought this not even really realizing it would come with the wiring diagram manual, and so when we got handed the wiring diagram manual, I didn't even realize how useful that was going to be. I mean, obviously I knew it was useful, but I'm so grateful we have it, because you can literally just find the wire and look it up in the manual, and it tells you what it does. So it's nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fun. Yeah, San Francisco area. Yes, I see Benny and yeah. That's great. You guys, everyone came out except me, trapped here in my little prison. Yeah, I know. It's okay. I like my man cave. So you guys all went out drinking last night? I see. The Brits, yeah, you can't compete with the Brits when it comes to drinking. That's better than San Jose. We had so many nights when we got done working, we had a hard time finding anywhere to eat and whatnot. That was horrible. Nice, nice. Yeah. I'm gonna see about getting this panel out of here today. Hey, Dylan. How's it going? Oh? Oh, wow. Yeah. I know. Hopefully next year, presumably. You know what we need to do is we need to make it a tradition. We have a designated survivor, on the team. They have to they sit in the cockpit, you know, in case the rest of the team doesn't make it home from the bar out at Expo, you know. Yeah. Get the most. It's supposed to be warm. When I first got here, I got all the cooling turned on, and I think it's supposed to be like no worse. I think it's supposed to be better. So we'll see. When I first got here, I turned on all the air conditioning, and for a little while I was cold, like quite cold in the cockpit, and now I'm like still a little cold, but I'll take that for now. Hopefully it won't get too bad later today. But yeah, but it's I see. Okay, well then I better get on that. Yeah. I think on the Twitch stream they're hearing a lot more 400 hertz than Discord puts through. So I'm not sure how great the audio is on the Twitch, but maybe we can filter it. Yeah. So we used to have a dedicated supply over there, and then we just ran the value. Kyle ran the supply from the right side over to the left side, and I think those lines are picking up, you know, they're acting like antennas, so they're picking up extra 400 hertz. So what we need to do is, yeah, good to see you. We need to replace it with a regulated step down power supply on that side, so that we don't, because there's a bias on the mic. There's like a 12 volt bias, and if that is noisy, then that appears just as like a direct audio signal. Well, so all these mics are electret mics, so you have to put a bias across them, and that way when the diaphragm moves, you're moving actual charge, and you can pick that up. If you didn't put the bias there, then you wouldn't really see the effect of the physical movement, because there wouldn't be charge. So, but if you're changing the voltage, then that's changing the charge as well. So it directly shows up as an audio signal that gets amplified through the whole audio chain. So you want to have a very quiet bias. So we need to put a quiet power supply on that bias line. So I don't know. I might play with that later today or something. But we had it. Yeah, we had it set up correctly last year, just because we bodged in a power supply right there, and then this year when we tried to clean up things, you know, we had a big lab power supply. There's no need for a lab power supply, but we need a power supply, so we got to put one in, like just a tiny thing would do, because you're just biasing a capacitor basically, you know, in the mics, not like driving lights or motors or anything. So anyway, yeah, last year when Kyle, well, there's Kyle. Yeah, I'm blaming Kyle, but last year what Kyle was running into was he was testing things and he was plugging it into his laptop, and the laptop was providing the bias. And he's like, it works. And then he came down here and there was no bias, and it didn't work. And then I kept being like, apply a bias, and Kyle's like, nah, I didn't apply a bias with my laptop. Why would I need to apply a bias? And yeah, finally. Well, we have like the team together here. Well, we're not going to paint the actual plane. If yeah, we could do, and I'm not going to shell out money for that, but yeah, I mean, ultimately what we need to do is drape the plane in black is the technical correct thing. You want your cockpit to be black because, you know, you don't want the white reducing contrast on the screen. But, I mean, we have critical mass here. We have, like, all the team members, so everyone should think today about what they want to nominate as a choice. My nomination would be Braniff, but I don't have a strong preference, in part because the ones that are really cool, I'm always like, oh man, maybe we should wait until we really have our shit together and we can, like, you know, really do it right. No, I mean, I think the only rule we have, and it's a plus and a minus, is I think we want to stick to defunct carriers. I said the only rule I have, you know, it's not even a hard rule, but it's a clear one, is that we just only do airlines that are no longer in business. So, and probably they should be real airlines, because it's VATSIM. I don't think we can do fictional. Yeah, that's definitely one. I mean, there's some sort of, like, I don't know, semi-obvious ones, like Flying Tigers, Braniff, People Express. Let's see, there's some European ones. Yeah, Cal Air. Did they had 747s? That's right, I think. Yeah. The only problem with doing Cal Air is until we're... Yeah, hey, there you go. Kyle's really big on wanting to get interaction from people, which is smart. I mean, I'm not... So that's why he's thinking of all these great ideas, because that's like what's on his mind. Yeah, ask everyone at the booth what airline we should fly. Has to be a defunct airline. Yeah. TWA would be a good one. I was originally wanting to fly TWA the first year, because for the very first year I was thinking we would do this all out at the TWA JFK Hotel, just with some computers. And then I came up with the idea of building the Cedar Clipper, and then I chickened out of shipping the Cedar Clipper to JFK and back. Yeah. So anyway, TWA is an obvious one. Was it Sabina? What are the European ones? There's a couple European ones. Yeah. One idea I had about picking a European airline is it might grow our European audience. Yeah, I think unfortunately their internet is... What? What's wrong with the audio? Oh. My audio is unreliable? For you? Oh. No, I took it home. I meant to bring it today, but I don't think I did. One suggestion I had is we could just try putting a series resistor in series with the line to the electret mics. That might work. Because they just need a bias. They don't need like a... Well, no. From the 12 volts out to the mics. Just put a series resistor in there. Because there really should be like no current. So you're letting the... Oh, you read it? Oh. I see. Wait, no, how's that work? You can't read it directly from the power supply. Oh, you put in that 330 ohms? I see. Yeah, Cherry, just post it in our Discord. Nice. What aircraft? I missed the start of this. Oh, okay. Hi. Yeah, hi, Jason. Nice. Thanks for stopping. Yeah, I know. I wish I was there in person, but unfortunately I'm here. This is not a bad place to be, though. You know? Fiddling. Yeah, it is very cool. I'm very glad we got it. And we have all the wiring diagram manuals, and so we're putting it together. Got some loose light bulbs, but we're getting there. Yeah, so Lucas and I are working together a lot nowadays. So I have his synchro boards and air rink boards, and then I asked him to make I/O boards, which he's still working on. But I also designed my own I/O boards, but I use his software. And actually, I'm doing a lot of the software development now for him, the Aviologic software, and then we have some. You know, I want to add into Aviologic support for, he and I have ideas for adding support for like the weather radar spec, and you know, we have AirRink 561, most people have only like, you know, 429, so I made boards that'll do the 561 for other people that might come along and want to do old planes, yeah, so, but the plan is that it'll all be through Lucas's stuff. It's the right approach, so. And since I have like, you know, since I can work with him, I feel like I can make it happen for our plane and any plane, so that's good. Yeah. Yeah. You're not supposed to be asking people to fly their plane for world flight. You're supposed to be asking them to help fly our plane for world flight, you know. Take a break from your frustrating interfacing and come fly our plane that has been somewhat interfaced. That's Kyle. you use twisted wire to run that, or how did you do it? Yeah. So, okay, so we have the 12-volt wire, and did you run a ground? Are we tying that ground, or? So it's extra. Yeah, let me see. Okay, let me go see what I can find. I'll be back. 5 minutes. 10 minutes, I don't know. 5. Okay, how does it sound now? Still a lot of noise? Hey, how's it going? Yeah, this is our cockpit. And, yep, we bought it and dragged it back from Wales. So it sounds the same, huh? When we turned on the DC power? Because I had AC on the whole time. Of course, it wasn't going to the plane. Yeah. But then we lose the panel lighting. One question I had is, why is it when I put this in Gen 3, Gen 2, or Gen 1, DC bus 3 goes open? Oh. I see. Really? But is it supposed to do that, or is that aircraft specific, I wonder? No, but we should get them involved. We're looking for bodies. Matt, I mean, those would sound like famous actor names, like Matt Ford, James Price. Yeah. Oh. What time is it right now? What time is it right now? Because I was going to set the clock in the cockpit here so I could know what time it is. Must be 8 something? 9 something? 9:10? Okay. Perfect. 9:10. Let me turn the air conditioner on. So I wonder where we're getting the 400 hertz from. No worries. We're getting it from the 28 volt. No. From the grounds. Because now we have a ground. We have a long ground. Maybe I should try grounding it to the plane side. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let me try fixing that. That was just easier. Okay, well, let me try that. One sec. I don't suppose that's any better. Sounds worse, no? Can you hear me? Now I feel like I hear a high-pitched squeal rather than I don't hear 400 hertz though. From what? Yeah. But is that better? Can we filter that out? Because that's more... Or maybe it's fine, but no, it's loud. No. It's just more annoying. It's like the engineer is like, the sound in the background is much quieter, but yes, but it's saying, I'm going to kill you in a whispering voice. Oh, but it's much quieter. No. Yo, yeah. OBS. There. This one or one like it. Hey, did you just get rid of it? Yeah, you did. Oh, it's back. It's briefly perfect. Unless you just got rid of my voice too, I don't know. Yeah, there. That's good. That's a noise gate. Because when I start talking, you hear it again. I see. Okay. Yeah. Yep. So... That's good. So over on Twitch here, someone asked if this is the Concorde. This is the 747 Classic. Concorde would be in a museum. I mean, you couldn't even, you wouldn't want to private own a Concorde. The plane was like barely even privately owned by British Airways and Air France back in the day. It was basically always government owned. They're so rare. Those just belong in a museum. There are some really cool efforts to recreate the Concorde as like a full metal simulated cockpit. But no, this is 747 Classic. A beauty in its own right. How do we sound, hey Dylan and Rich, how do we sound there now with our audio changes? How do we sound now? Do we sound a lot better there, or? Okay, good. Well, that's a start. Well, we switched to a wall wart rather than running 12 volts across the cockpit, so that picks up a lot less 400 hertz, but it seems to sort of have some weird high frequency squeal, but Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I was hoping it was a wall wart from a audio thing. I'm like, maybe it'll be nicely engineered, but they probably put the nice engineering inside the box you plug the wall wart into. I wonder if you can run it through the de-hummer. Can you run a power supply through the de-hummer? I'm waiting for Starbucks to adopt uh, optical wireless recharging for devices, using like lasers. Just detects when it has a clean shot and fires up a laser that heats up a pad on your iPad. No, no, he's been there. Yeah, he was doing the early shift or something. Yeah, I don't know if they have like an organized shift, but yeah. Uh-oh. Rival gang. Oh. Cleared for chaos. Ah. So clear for chaos, you're in Michigan. Okay, well that's very reachable. You should come out here to California and work and fly on the plane sometime. We actually have a bunch of 727 stuff. A long time ago I wanted to start with a 727, and then this this plane fell into my lap, so I jumped on the idea of doing the 747 Classic. Well, it didn't fall into my lap, but it showed up on eBay. So yeah, first join our Discord and or start following our website. We're going to try to have more active content on the website. Um, yeah, yeah. So make sure you tell everyone to follow us on Twitch. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. But yeah, we love to get more people involved. Clear for Chaos and anyone else. So oh yeah, we did partially. Yeah. You mean on the audio computer, right? Yeah, that thing runs on AMD everything. Okay. Well, we switched our power supply for the audio. Found a random wall wart, cut it. Oh, Gary Oliver. Yeah. Petropavlovsk. Oh wow. They gave us the easy one to pronounce, huh? How come we don't get to say like Wichita? Where the hell is Petropavlovsk? Sounds Russian. Oh. Yeah. Maybe we fly into Anchorage. No, maybe we fly into Fairbanks. Is Petropavlovsk one of the like famous diversion airports then? My nice. What's the other airport? Okay. We're looking up Petropavlovsk. Apparently it's on the Kamchatka Peninsula. My first wife almost got to go to Kamchatka for yeah, it was going to be for like a research experiment deal, and then the instrument there they were going to use or something blew up, so they didn't go. But she had her bag packed. I think we will. November, Kamchatka. It's going to be. But yeah, we're gonna have reversers working. Yeah, I mean, in the real world, that ice should be like super cold and dry and sticky. I would think. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't stay sticky when your wheel is sliding over it and heating it up. Oh, I find myself in the cockpit with dork goggles. Dangerous. Better put those away. Yeah, no, I only use rechargeable. Yeah. My days of drinking battery acid are about 13 days behind me now, you know? Oh yeah, CP air. Sounds like a Northern Pacific crossing. So when you say you work on radar, you work on what part of the radar system? Uh-huh. But I mean, are you like working on the hardware part or the software? Or are you using them or? Okay. Well, that's okay. Maxwell's equations haven't changed, so antennas still work. Yeah, cool. What's your background? Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. That's cool, cool. Ah. Well, yeah. Well, Gary of Simfest, they always have to staff a bunch of random places, and ideally we'd get to the point where we could help out with staffing, but of course we're so far away from that at the moment because we can barely staff our plane for all the legs. But I certainly would like to at some point get to the point where we provided staffing too to help out, but we certainly could do that. Yeah, yeah. Cool. Well, since you're in the Bay Area, you'll have to come hang out. That's Yep. Okay. Where in the Bay Area do you live? Oh, okay. Yeah, very convenient. I live in Woodside, so not far. Yeah. Eventually, this will be in Woodside, but right now it's in San Jose. Well, these things don't just roll around easily. Well, we won't have an upper deck at the other place, so it'll be more open concept. Oh, this one? All right. Okay. Should we switch to the other camera? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Well, test it out. We need to get a little bit more flyable. But so later in the summer would be good. Yeah, yeah. Anytime. Yeah, yeah. 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 So, I mean, every time you flip one of these, you hear a big clunk in the back panel. The like the doing all the test lights fires a whole bunch of relays underneath down here. You hear, and of course, the auto warning box is down in here actually, especially so with this panel missing, you really hear it. But the fire bell and whatnot will come true. That Jurassic Park shirt. No wonder why they wanted to come check out Jurassic Jets. You know, it's funny, when we had the cedar clipper, no one asked us how much did that cost you. But lumber's not cheap. Whoa. How come I'm not hearing them? Hey, Jay, why am I not hearing them? Are you hearing them? Kyle? Check, check. Yeah, so I hear myself. Hey, Kyle, are you still there? Paging Kyle. Paging Kyle. Oh, Kyle. Kyle, Kyle. Hey, Kyle. Oh, you're on it. Maybe that was the AMD driver issue. Okay, hold on. Is that changing it? Let's see. No, now I hear you in my... Okay, alright. This Discord is always the weakest link. Perfect. Alright, thank you, Kyle. So I'll just know to abort Discord next time. I can do that. Even I can manage that. Cool. No. Oh. Nice. Nice. So you have to make two different boards then, or are you jumpering it? Oh, I see. I see. Why not just have one board that does two channels? I see. That's a fair point. I guess you pay, but I mean, yeah, you need fewer boards. But I guess in our low volume, it's actually board area that matters more because they won't let you order like 5 boards. Yeah. What do we think these two screws are from? No. Or maybe they're part of this. But we're missing the bezel. Where's the bezel? Oh, yeah. I don't think it's good advice to say don't worry about booting. I think you should always be worried about booting. Yeah. With all that parallax. Yeah, that's true. That's what extension cords are for. Have you interfaced the pressurization panel thing, or not interfaced, traced it with the outflow valves and baro setting and altitude setting? Oh, you are? Nice. Because these three gauges underneath, I have simulator gauges for. Because these ones I think we need simulated gauges for differential pressure, altitude, and cabin VS. So I have those, yeah. I have those to simulate, so we can pull those, we can put those in. But this panel, I believe, we don't need simulation. Okay. Obviously, they're doing that. It's actually one of the best ways to get low noise. Is to get a good ground on your power, Yeah, I'm not sure that was supposed to come off. No. Yeah. No, this is a Corey button. So it's a little different. I think it's supposed to come off. But I don't know. I've lost track. But we gotta get it out to replace the bulbs unless it's not dead. This is the only one that lights up, and it only lights up if you really push on it. This one, the blue part. But yeah, now probably, but somehow I'm not quite getting it in right yet. Let's see. Well, clearly I need to pull the other ones out so I can figure out how it works. No. Yeah, broke it. No. Yeah. Okay, good news. I got it in, but I put it in backwards. Let's see. Try this again. Okay. Yeah. Well, I can tell you it's not the bulbs because putting it in backwards, they lit up. So it's the contacts. There's little spring contacts in here. Maybe we need some contact cleaner. Yeah. I think you have to get this pulled out and then put it in. Yeah, there. Oh well, it's a future project. Yeah, let's just run it for a while. Maybe it'll blow through the contacts. Because these ones also don't. The blue doesn't light up reliably. I feel like we got it lighting up at one point. No. Could be glad when we get rid of that problem. So these are solenoid held. I don't know. I've been making up numbers. I think it's something like, I know there are 1,000 indicators and lights in the cockpit. It's like over 970 something. And then, you know, each one has got to have 5 wires or so. Yeah, so it's a lot of wires. Okay, yeah. Were you here, Kyle, when I was saying we're going to have to make a tradition to have designated survivor every year that stays behind, sits in the cockpit during Expo. You can tell people I'm the designated survivor this year, you know, in case you guys don't survive the bars. Yeah. Get a chair. Oh. Hey, Tim. Hey, Tim. Good to see you. Good. Mr. Vatsim. Yeah. Well, it's like, oh yeah. Vancouver. Yeah. Good to see you, Tim. Yeah, sounds like we're going the northern route. I better get going on my weather radar stuff. Well, John out in New Jersey got his driving, so I mean we know the spec, and we have an existence proof from him and others, so it shouldn't be too hard. I'm pretty sure we'll have it. I guess the question is a little bit, what's the status of the wiring? Because I don't know how easy it is. Yeah, to get in, I don't know. I mean, you can look at it two ways. One is hard to get into there because it's down on the floor. The other way to look at it is it's right by the outside of the plane, maybe. Well, the weather radar is in the nose, but I don't know about where the systems are for it. It's probably down the E&E bay. Mm. Yeah, I know. I'm running low. I need to refill. Yeah. Speak of the devil, let me go grab a couple more Diet Cokes and some Thin Mints. Oh, we got someone taking a picture. I better look like a... Yeah. Yep. Well, yeah, so it just makes it even more rare. Although, I don't know about in terms of how many have been scrapped and preserved at this point, whether or not it's more rare, but yeah, it used to be Chow. Oh, where are you located? Okay, perfect. Where do you call home? Where did you fly in from? No. Yeah. I'll be right back. So, where is our future AMP guy living? Where does he live? Oh, well, we want to get him involved. Yep, that's the goal. How goes the brambling? Nice. Yep. Huh. Well, where's the voltage come from? Some sort of computer? Like in the E&E bay? Yeah. Yeah, because it probably goes into like an actual like rate driving loop or something. Yeah. Yep. Hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yep. So is the armrest on this FE seat, I wonder, just swap outable? Yeah. Well, because I know the little under the wrist latch is broken. I think that's what lets you go lower. But that's not so critical. But the like weird ability to swing out is no for it to be able to swing out when it's not upright. Like so, these ones you have to have it in position before you can lower it. Yeah. FE one is more free and independent. This is the lunch wall. Yep. Yep. Okay. TMI. No, no. Boeing built it. We're just repairing it. Oh. I was gonna say we didn't build it. Boeing built it. It is. Yeah. He's in Milan. He's a Milano air traffic controller. Yeah. Yeah. I'm too young. Yeah. What? Yeah. Yeah, I know Robert. I know Robert. Yeah. So, okay. And where are they located? They're trying to create a program for. I was asking where you're located. I heard you're trying to create a program for sim maintenance technicians or something. Okay. Ah, cool. Cool. Well, we should yeah, find a. Yeah. I know Serial Bites and Robert real well, and Lucas, who is the guy behind Lucatronics. He and Robert have known each other for far longer than I've known them, and but it's a very small group of people that are fanatical about using OEM stuff, and with just a little bit of hardware work on the back end, you get access to this whole wide world of really well designed, engineered avionics, and I mean the build quality is amazing, right? So uh, it's cool. Well, we should find a way to collaborate, and maybe we can bring projects to you guys to put your students behind and help out, and it'd be fun. Hmm. Certification. Yeah. Yeah. Simtech, yeah. Cool. For sure. Yeah. That sounds awesome. Great. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, make sure you take a cell phone photo of the business card there so we don't lose it. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we gotta take pictures of them nowadays. You never keep the card, but you can keep the picture forever. So if I wear the dork goggles, does that add credibility, or does it just make me look more insane? But you're like, I didn't just escape from a mental ward. No, this white shirt is. Yeah. If we just had proper air conditioning, I could sleep in this. It's like my fantasy of just living in here. You know, I just need to engineer. We engineer a special cot that you can just sort of fold the legs down and it fits in the space, and then you stow it behind in the horgy hole. Oh, good or bad? Okay. Well, I'm around whenever. Yeah, I know, cliffhanger. We can hang out in Discord maybe for a little bit right after the floor expo ends or something. I don't know. Or we can do like in West Wing. We can talk and walk. You walk to go get food and talk to me over Discord. Because let's see, it's right now it's 10 according to the FE panel here. It's 10:36 here, so it should be 12:36. Yeah. No, I intended to be. I woke up at 6, and then I had not washed dishes last night because I was so tired. When my wife said wash dishes, I was like, I'll do it before bed. Well, I wasn't so much totally tired. It was hot, and I was tired. So then I just crashed out early. So I had to wash those. Plus, my mom wanted me to hang a quilt she made. So I was like a few minutes late. Sorry. But anyway, we're good. Let's see, the floor is open till when today? 4 maybe? Because they have the dinner. Yeah. Why can't you go? Oh, I've been to the Mall of America. Just a big mall. Well, I mean, you guys don't all need to be at the booth at all times, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I would certainly hope you can swap out to go to the bathroom, but I meant more, do more constructive things. But yeah. How's the laminar booth going? The workshop booth. I know when we originally booked, we were near them, and yeah. So I was looking at the Cali crew roster has got like several women on it. They're way ahead of us. Of course, our crew quarters aren't really woman rated yet, but yeah, we'll have the girl cottage. It'll be like band camp, you know. We'll have the girl cottage and the boy cottage. No, I think that'll be the boy one, but the other cottage would be the girl one. That one actually has a bigger bathroom, but it has smaller space. So, under the assumption that we would probably never have a lot of girls on the team. Cali crew somehow managed to do it. I don't know. It seems like they're all CFIs, so I don't know. They hit up like the Bond Girl flight school thing or whatever. Yeah, yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, it's really hard to know because if we just get but they know that we knew that guy, so I don't know why we haven't gotten him in ahead of time. But anyway, I mean, I think it's really hard to know because it's like a lot of options or a lot of potential, and then we just need one or two to pan out, and it would be a big win. But you never know what percent will actually pan out. Could be none, could be a lot. But I'm sure there's people in the Bay Area that are legitimately would be interested in this. We just have to find a way to reach them. Yeah. Rowan, right, was his name? But you guys have known Rowan. I'm confused. So if you knew Rowan, why didn't we get him in here sooner? Oh, he disappeared. Kind of. I see. that's a classic danger of working on radars. You do sometimes fall off of them. Yeah, I was trying to figure out like what part of the radar he works on because I'm assuming they wouldn't have one guy doing all these different hardware radars. So if is it? I know it's. I mean, it is plausible, but man, I don't know. Okay, my I. Yeah, I mean we don't need you to actually be a radar expert. We just need you to, you know. Nor do we require you to be a nuclear engineer. We're flexible on our certification standards. All right, I'll be right back. Let me get a charger for my iPad. Let's see. Oh, are you still on the pressure controller? Yeah, yeah. I could chat with you. Yep. Oh, nice. Yeah. What? They had the 488, didn't they? Yeah. This plane's last ocean crossing was at sea level on a cargo ship. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So we have all the panels right now in the MIP. We have screens because we are pulling all the avionics and we're bench testing and interfacing them. But we have everything and we got spares even and all sorts of stuff. So it's going to eventually get back to the full analog ball ADIs and rotary HSIs and everything. We have a couple mode select panels. This is just a wing one. We should get them to pay us for demoing it, but we stole it. We had a guy working at Boeing. We just sort of stole it. Oh wow. So if you used to work at United, yeah, where are you based now? Where do you live now? Hey, we need you to come do that for our plane. Yeah, so we got it. Yeah. So we have the door there, and we got the handles. Oh, yeah, ropes are up there. Let me turn on the storm lights. Yeah, we got the. It's my table right now, but we got the. And I don't have the cushions in here. One of my favorite features, I love the smoke light, so you can see which circuit breaker is on fire. We got the bulbs, the spare bulbs. So if you're still a mechanic for United, which base are you at? You're in San Francisco? Oh, okay, so we need to get you guys, we need to get you out here working on our plane, you got to get on the team. Do you have like a card, or can we get your contact info, or how can we not lose? Okay, absolutely. Oh, well, you were mentioning that you used to do the lubrication for the throttles. We have a lot of work. Well, I heard you guys talking about how you used to lubricate the throttle pack, and we got a lot of work to do on our throttle pack. So I would love to have you come out and work on it. Well, we got the maintenance manuals. Well, come back and sit in it with us. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's about 12 feet wide and I don't know 20 feet long or something. So it's yeah. But we got the door. All right. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get fresh masks. But I've taken the masks out, but we have like the hose, and we got the hand mics. The hand mics work. We got, we're gonna interface the phone so you can call up and make food requests, and it's the real deal. Yeah, we have a real recirc fan that we're going to wire up to all the ducting so we get proper ventilation. Because right now it's like a little stagnant in here. This is awesome. Well, if you also if you know any like if you know any young bachelors that don't have wives to complain and whatnot, and they would be interested in working on this plane, yeah, then you can bring them along, and maybe they'll want to join the team. If they have an intersection with flight sim and maintenance. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah. See, that makes it all worth it. Getting you guys out there. Yeah. Shut the boot down. Well, we still got plenty of. See, that's what I've been. I had my other strategy is to just start trying to follow all the people on Instagram, because there's a lot of people that in the aviation world that take a picture and put it on Instagram. But we just need to get in with United maintenance guys. Sounds like he might be our in. Yep. And he went out to FSExpo. Well, he used to be a pilot, and he's at FSExpo, so he must do a certain amount of flight simulation. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, if you just do maintenance, you don't go to FSExpo, so he must also do some flight sim. We didn't really ask him about that, but I'm sure, yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Is it Discord, or is it the computers? Because it's on that little computer. The little computer, frankly, doesn't seem like it's being utilized that hard. It seems like it's perfect, and audio shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah. We need to add like a little placard, like this person in picture is real, live. People keep thinking it's a video. I know. If it was going to be a video, I'd definitely I'd get a girl with some legs, you know, to be like crossing and putting her feet up and demonstrating how to use switches. I knew a girl that was back from my photography days. I knew a girl that was a model, and she posed in Playboy, although she didn't pose nude in Playboy. But somehow she got put in this like HP laptop ad. So every time you went into like Costco, she would be walking back and forth across the HP laptop, like holding the laptop and strutting, and I'm like, I know that. That's Hannah. It's really weird seeing someone you knew like in advertising everywhere you looked for a while. I think. Yeah. Hi. How's it going? Good. San Jose, in the San Francisco Bay Area, is where the plane is. Yeah, and it was just a little too big to bring out to Expo, unfortunately. So we're doing it this way, showing it off this way. But it's a cockpit cut originally from a JAL 747 Classic, and it ended its final years as charter plane in Trans Aero, which had a cool call sign of Trans Soviet, and then it was scrapped in St. Athens in Wales. So that's where we found it. Someone who has a museum there in St. Athens kind of asked for them to cut the cockpit out, and he kept it for a while and put it on eBay. So we bought it, and then we flew out and air freighted all the avionics because it'd been kept complete back, and then we had to figure out how to get the whole cockpit here. So we put it on a rack, flat rack, shipped it across England to Southampton, put it on a boat, and brought it through the Atlantic, through the Panama Canal, and up through Oakland Harbor, and on another flat bed to get it down here to San Jose. So a lot of work to get it here. But we got it here, and now we spent last year and this year we're working on doing all the wiring. So you can imagine we got there's about 1,000 indicators in the plane, and I don't know, on the order of like tens of thousands of wires. They're just cut from when they cut the cockpit. They're just cut, dangling out the sides. So we have the wiring diagram manual, but we have to look at the wire and yeah. So we have to go through and find all the wires. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Oh man. Oh. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad we found it. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah, Edo. Yeah, Eduardo. Yeah. There's a couple of amazing 767s in Europe. But yeah, Eduardo's awesome. The picture of it when it's tilted off the forklift is forever going to be burning in my mind. So I think, well, it's so close to going bad. I think, Kyle, the proper way to do this power supply is we can even just use the 28 volts from the other side, which we have, but what we need is a step-down regulator that has really good noise rejection ratio that way, right? So even if the 28 volts is noisy, the 12 volts can reject that. So I think that's the proper approach. Just get like a Meanwell 28 to 12 volt step down or something. Yeah, because the noise we're getting is probably like switching noise or something. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so you can see we got all the original instruments and wiring, and we're just interfacing to it. That wife looks very concerned. Yeah, I don't know. She seemed to want to push him away. He's like, get away. Don't. Yeah, she looked very alarmed. uh, Maybe if we just buy like 4 golf carts, cut the top off the golf carts, we can set the cockpit down on the 4 golf carts, and then we can use some sort of feedback mechanism so they can drive together to move the cockpit. And if we just stack enough golf cart batteries in the cockpit, we can drive it all the way up to Woodside in the dead of night. Just chucking the dead batteries out the back. Oh yeah, we just put a big giant fuel bladder in the cockpit. But we need to rig up the yoke to do the steering. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. No proper pilot would taxi on the ground using the yoke. Boy, sitting in this cockpit with the air conditioner running makes me remember world flight. I mean, it feels like I'm in a world flight, except without any crew. No, it's actually, so far, staying cold, but it's only 11:15. Yeah. So, Chris, were you here with Rich when he came up with this plan to replace the tubing in the overhead? Oh. Well, that's what I was asking, is I want to make sure there's like another sane person. Who, yeah, there's like orange, red tubings or whatever. He wants to replace those, and he thinks that's quite doable or something. I don't know. I'm worried. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to take the trim off if we don't absolutely have to. He seemed to think it's just like in the overhead and you can just drop it down or something. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if it's just under the circuit breaker panels, we could maybe replace those sections. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Hey, I now know where Terminal 323 is located. Well, you know what we need is some light. Here, why don't we? There's tubing in here, you say, huh? Okay. I mean, I believe it. Oh. Yeah. Boy. It's... Yeah. Yeah. So here, yeah, so I don't think you're going to be able to replace it. It runs on the outside. First of all, it's not soft, it's rigid. And it runs on the outside. Yeah, no, there's no... Yeah, I'm definitely in the no camp. Yeah, you're not going to be able to replace it unless you strip it. Strip the panels. And even then... Yeah. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think what doesn't kill us right away will kill us later. Later's better than right away, so... What was that bundle we never found? 930? No. Yeah, that's true. Because there is a bundle here that does come over and go basically across. Well, I can't see any bundles right now. Oh. There's one where we spliced off of because we couldn't find it. Yeah, maybe. That's okay though. We can, with a little bit of time, we can. Now that we have time, that's an easy solution. Although I still think The reason why X-Plane should do that is because there's a lot of hardware out there made by major consumer electronics companies that would benefit greatly from that. But yep. I don't think we need a second potentiometer. As long as we have good data, we can just do it in software. But yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, this is a better camera angle. You see less of my belly and more of the plane. Somehow my finger got dirty from putting my hand in the overhead and touching stuff. It's got it's got black stuff on it. Do we think it's black mold? No. I'm very skeptical. Yeah. I mean, I think during the winter. During the summer, I think you're okay. But yeah, I was kind of thinking like a boat heater during the winter. But I don't know. I'm in Kyle's category. I think we just blow air through it and figure out where the leaks and explosions are and address those. I don't know. How are you gonna blow from the inside in out? We've done all that, haven't we? So I think we're down to just blow from the outside in. Nice. That's the best location for a sim. We'll get it there. We'll get it there. Yeah. Yep. No, Lucatronics and Aviologic Software, and I'm working with Lucas of Lucatronics and directly and developing a lot of software. And but this hardware that Lucatronics makes is or Lucatronics makes is directly allows you to directly use OEM avionics and instruments and everything with a computer over a network, on a network server rack. Number keeps going up. Yeah. Yep. That was only like 18,000, I think. But but the shipping, because we've got it in Wales, and then we had to ship it across England to Southampton, put it on a cargo ship, and bring it through the Panama Canal and up to here. That was like another 40,000 or something. And then like the three-phase AC power supply, that was like 6,000. Those are some of the big ticket items. And then of course there's just a ton of like tooling to work on the avionics, crimpers and strippers and wire and connectors and PCs and stuff. So I stopped counting at that point. So I don't know. But if you go slower, you can do it, economically. We were just in a hurry, so. But thanks for stopping by. Seems like Twitch is not. Yeah. Is Wi-Fi working, or is my stream smooth? Yeah. Cause from. Okay. Cause on Twitch, I don't know. I guess it's working now. Yeah. I see. Okay, good. So this camera we're on right now, Rich. This camera, this is the Blackmagic Micro Studio 4K. And I think it looks pretty darn good. Yeah, that's the one so I bought, like at the end of World Flight, I bought this one. We never used it during World Flight. But we had it. So it's it's smaller than the Mevo Core. So this one here is the Mevo Core. And I guess the reason, this one probably would give you similar image quality, but it's bigger because it's got like an NDI and wireless and everything. So I think but I think this Blackmagic one is the way to go. We get like a couple of those. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, I think just a little fan maybe would work. Potentially we could cut a hole in the ceiling there or something and have a little chimney. Well, I meant out the top. Although it's a pretty structural area right there, so I don't know that you want to cut it. Well, oh, are they asking for autographs? Oh. That looks like a mom and kid. Rich is like, let me help you, pretty lady. That looked like a mom that brought her kid to the expo. Was that a mom who brought her kid to the expo because he wanted to go? I see. Are we 4K on Twitch? Really? Damn. It's good news. 3. Yeah. Someday we'll get 4K. We're just waiting on the Ks. Are these details people need to know about? It doesn't work. Oh. Oh yeah, now they can see it from this camera. That's good. We are? That might be true. Gotta watch out what we claim. Let's see. We didn't put it in writing. So there's APU fire detection is pushed in. APU fire is pushed in on the fire warning is pushed in. Probably. Yeah, that's true. I don't know about that. Yeah, something like that. Oh, I see. It says ground use only APU for fire detection. So because because we're 4 feet up in the air, you can't detect the fire anymore. Yeah. I think with the software, with Aviologic software we're writing, it's sort of like writing glue logic. So finding the pin or value that's coming in on the interface card and applying that to the data ref. So it's very simple scripting for the most part. Some of the avionics are more complicated, but the goal with Aviologic, and I'm helping Luketronics with that, is that we ship instruments for people to use and whatnot, so that the coding isn't such a big problem. Really, I think it's more the hardware interface. But it also depends a lot on what aircraft you're trying to simulate. What was the next question about tours? I see. Yeah, where are you located? Okay. Well, we have people that travel. Yeah, so you can come out for a work weekend and see the thing and help out. It'd be great, yeah. But join our Discord. That's really the way to get involved and interact and find a part that interests you and find a way to contribute and whatnot. But if you have an interest in coding and an interest in, Arduinos or microcontrollers and wiring and whatnot, then this is a great project because there's a ton of it to do. So. Okay. Whoosh, whoosh. Well, that's what Jay said yesterday. Jay said whenever I get excited, it doesn't sound good, so that I need to stay calm. I need to stay calmer. But according to Rich, we're on his phone or something. Oh. Okay, but Kyle says it's his problem too, or he's getting it too, so I don't know. It's okay. I don't know. This is going great. I mean, I feel like we're doing a great job, so I'm very pleased. Just the one guy, what was his name? We gotta remember his name. The one guy from United Airlines, mechanic guy. That was a winner. I'm just gonna go knock on United mechanic's door until I'll be like, I'm looking for an old guy. I met him. Here's a screenshot of him. Wait, I don't have a screenshot because we're not recording from Jay's camera. Yeah. I need to add that. Actually, I could probably add that on. No, I can't because it's. No, but if we're using the OBS output as what shows up on there, so you get like an infinite mirror type deal. Well, Kyle, you could fire up your computer and record. It's actually designed so that even the dumbest gamer can install it. It's really. I think you'll just get over the bar. So, Jay finally met his match. Yeah. The main thing that is AirRank 429 is our fuel gauges were upgraded, so they talk to a fuel processor unit over AirRank 429, and so we have 9 fuel tank gauges, and I have most of them pulled out right now, but those all share. Yeah. But the like SIVA navigation units are AirRank 561, so that's 6-wire, really old school encoding, and then Like the DME distance indication is AirRink 5686 wire. And then we have weather radar, that's AirRink 704, Manchester differential encoding. So there's very little actual 14.9 AirRink. Like the nav radios are just discrete wires using 2 out of 5 logic for parity checking and whatnot. And so there's very little AirRink. There's a lot of synchros. So all the needle gauges are either using like Wheatstone bridges for current, or for rotation they're using synchros, so the phasing of AC. So we have Luketronics synchro cards for that, and then I/O cards because we have just a ton of Coreys, right, that we need to be able to drive, and switches that we need to be able to read to interface to. So there's like 971 or so indicators in here. Yep. 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 Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. No, absolutely. If you're in the Bay Area or in California, come and see us anytime. Yeah. Yeah. No, we're not doing this as a commercial venture, but we want people to see it. Uh, yeah. So we have all the like OEM plugs. I don't know how well this comes across, right? But there's a few cases where we have to replace, because for example, this cockpit got upgraded by JAL during its service using a service improvement program that KLM designed to replace the old, very mechanical ADI and HSI with LCD ones, and the pinout was different, on the gauges. The interface standards were basically the same. So in our cockpit, because this one was the first one that JAL did this upgrade on, they did it very cleanly, and they sort of tore out all the old gauges and did new wiring. But on later ones, we have a sister ship we checked out. They just sort of added new connectors and sealed them up and kept going. So I have those connectors and whatnot. But yeah, like for bench testing, you can buy like the individual sockets and crimp the wires, and then you have just sort of test leads to put on the pins. But for doing like a whole cockpit, you're gonna definitely really want the mechanical security of the Canon plugs. You can get used Canon plugs and whatnot off eBay for affordable, you know, if you do it over time. Buying new is very expensive, of course, because it's all like aviation grade. But there's different ways. I mean, people do like just stick the wires on and then zip tie it and secure it somehow, you know, and that'll work. But we're trying to keep it, especially for like 99% of ours, it's just line replaceable. It's already wired in. There's just somewhere on the other end of this, there's a cut wire that we have to find, right, to make it work. But the power distribution is all basically within the cockpit, you know, because the power's on the P6 and whatnot. So, you know, all the panel lighting, that basically got restored for free. You know, like we had to restore maybe so far, maybe like 50 wires for lighting. Yeah, you could just write on there Justin at Jurassic Jets if you need an email. Yep, yep. Kyle, nice to meet you. Yeah, absolutely. It's not a like commercial venture, but we absolutely want to share it with interested and qualified and you know people that will really enjoy it. So. Oh yeah, they participate in World Flight. They have a full motion platform and right and everything, and yeah. So there's some really great simulator stuff in Australia. Yep, yep. Take care. Take care, Carl. Yeah. No, we need to put like email. Yeah. Who uses email? Yeah, that's true. The link tree has a WhatsApp, I believe. The link tree, not the website. My phone. Yeah. Uh, ask Kyle. Okay, so just this part. Yeah. Well. What? Uh. RPM should be like a tack, I would guess. Oil quantity? I don't know. Okay. And then EGT. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Sim Caesar's in Twitch chat. Yeah, I'm basically like allergic to wanting to have like discrete wires that are not well planned out. So I'm trying to figure out the way with interfacing to make it very robust and clean and organized. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I got routing panels. Well, yeah, so we want to go from there to I'm thinking there's only like a few air rank wires, very few. Well, oh. Hmm? No, air rank is the easy part, I would say. So, other than I had to like reverse engineer the fuel gauge, everything else that's air rank, we know how to do. I mean, let's see. It's just the comm panels, which we already have, that figured out. The transponder, unless there's more than meets the eye, should be easy to do. That was a pun. And I don't know if we have anything else that is air rank 429 in the cockpit. You know, there's stuff on the MIP that's 429. Oh yeah, the VSI, the digital one would be 429. That's right. Yeah, but that one we also know how to do. No, actually, most of the digital indicators are not air rank 429. Yeah, it's older. So the DME is air rank 568. Weather radar 704. ACAR's printer is 740. That one I also have figured out on the electronic side. It's the mechanical roller that we need to get refabbed. Well, I don't know. The mill standard is usually like, I mean, there's two parts to a standard. There's always the like mechanical part, and then there's the electronic part. I think most of the air rank ones have pretty tight overlap with mill standards, but they're all, I mean, they're designed to be conveyable in a document. It's really fun if you read all these air rank documents from yore. They're like put together with no professional censorship. So it'll have all this like commentary. I mean, they're well written, but it'll be like, airlines seem to think that, engineers just like to add wires for the fun of it, and they may be right. They'll have like comments like that. And they're like, feedback from the engineers is that airlines have no idea about how to do electronic design, things like that. And so they're actually like fun reads, unlike a modern document. Yeah, actually. FComs are really interesting because they are very much designed to only tell the pilot what they need to know. So, like, if you're going to model a plane, which you've done, um, if you use an FCom, it's actually like very imprecise. It's like not wrong, but it's also not right. And then you go read the maintenance manual, and you're like, oh, that's what it actually does and how it works. And years ago I was working on, before I started doing shared flight, I was working on making smart co-pilot configs and whatnot, and I took up the old SSG Embraer 175 or something from way back in the day, and the config was having all sorts of issues with things not working on the plane. And I was flying with this pilot because he was a real world Embraer pilot, and he was just like totally not concerned and worried about all the things not working. He's like, well, okay, that's not working. Okay, well, we'll just do it this way. And I'm like, wait, no, the whole point of this is to figure out these things. And he's just like flying right through all the problems. He's like, oh, okay, we're on track. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And of course, he was always like, plane's a plane. I'd be like, well, what do you think of the modeling and how it flies? And he's like, yeah, a plane's a plane, it flies. I'm like, I don't think you understand how a flight simmer operates. Flight simmers want every little difference between the planes greatly exaggerated so that they get their money's worth when they buy an add-on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's a really tough problem, is how do you create a sense of, like, people want a big plane to feel heavy, but on the other hand, like, it's not the case that if you're flying a big plane, it somehow just can't roll or can't move, and then like the pilot has to like roll the entire weight of the real big plane with their bare hand. So it's very hard. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here's a question. Where did all the booth people manning our booth go? Is anyone still there at the booth? Any red shirts? You just sat down? Good. Alright. Alright. That's no, that's fine. I wasn't telling you to get up. That's why I was asking, are there any red shirts still there? Hey. Oh, okay. Ah. Hey, language. You're broadcasting live to the general public out there, so. Seven? Cool. Hey, Sim Caesar, if you're still in the Twitch chat, I'm curious, have you had a chance to fly the 732 that got released? How's it fly, pitch-wise? Anyone else? Oh, I thought Monday might be a stripper's name. Oh my gosh. There, there's there's dust on the flight engineer's table. This is unacceptable. I don't know. Hi. Yeah, that claim I agree with. That's true. That claim is true. We we are the only team with a flight engineer. Well, who flies with a flight engineer panel? I mean, come on. You'd have to be a nut job. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a slice of pizza that's been warming up outside the fridge. Why are they trying to ship a virus so desperately? That's their DRM? Huh. Yeah. Yep. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we have one of the guys from PMDG who's a modeler is in our Discord now, and we're helping him out with 3D modeling. That's kind of cool. But in terms of like being public, it's not open for like renting out and whatnot. But certainly, you get to know us and hang out in the Discord. Our goal is not to keep it just for ourselves from the standpoint of only we ever get to see it, because that would be no fun. So we definitely want to show it off. No, we're not charging. Oh, you could have a promising future at United on the 767 fleet. Bread Trek not simulated. Kyle, are you still there, Kyle? Looking at this phone, it's pretty simple. No, San Francisco. Yeah, just say San Francisco Bay Area. Yeah. It's only an hour? Why isn't he here more often? Hey Kyle, are you still here? I think he's eating. Because it's noon right now. glad you pointed him in the direction of other people to fly him around. Yeah. Yeah. No. Hey, how's it going, Pete? Well, my son's graduation from preschool was Friday, and I didn't want to miss that, and then I have to leave Monday to go on a road trip to Yellowstone and Banff, and so it was easier just to send the other guys. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, come check it out sometime. I'm sure you're busy with a lot of boat maintenance, too, so. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I think one of our best. We had two really good contacts so far from the conference. One was there's a guy who's at United Maintenance in SFO there, and he's pretty old school, and so he used to work on 747 classics, so he was both interested in that. Plus, he could introduce us to a lot of young guys with no wives to complain about hanging out, and then also there's a guy over outside of Tinker Air Force Base that's setting up a school for learning how to do maintenance on aircraft and simulators and whatnot. And he's been working with a couple of other people that do simulator building, and he was really excited about interfacing with us and giving his students projects and having them come out here, and so it's cool. Yeah. Well, this is a long-term play. We're not going anywhere anytime soon, so there's plenty of time to get involved. Yeah. First week of November is always world flight. Always first week of November. Good to see you, Pete. Sorry I'm not there in person, but what? Wales. St. Athens in Wales. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I already have the title of my book. It's Don't Build a Sim, Let Boeing Build It For You. Yep. See you. Yeah, I had the P12. Oh. Is he back to being interested? Okay. Okay. San Francisco Bay Area, yep. Yeah. ATR? Was it ATR? Oh, Jetstar. Jetstream. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. He has a Jetstream 41. Yep. Yeah, so we have someone asking in our Twitch chat. Snell, yeah, this is a 747 Classic, and I'm not a real IRL FE. There's very few of those still, and I would have been too young. I was born in 82. This plane was made in 87, but I'm a real human being, a real flight sim enthusiast, and this is our plane that we bought the cockpit from and are turning into a sim. Mm. Yeah, I have a bunch of 727 parts. There's a... Oh, hey, Arch. Oh. Great. Just... We don't know the number. We're going to keep it secret from you, but just get as many as you can, and then we'll see whether or not you make the team. But no, come fly with us before World Flight. But yeah, definitely for World Flight, plan to join. The Irish goodbye. There's Chris. So who was it? I think it was Dylan said we should have a podcast that we do out of the cockpit. Oh. Why? I don't know. I think... Yeah, if they had the right third person, you know? So it's like them and an old fogey who flew a 747. Like if it was cockpit casual plus Yost or something, you know, that'd be awesome. What should the title of our podcast be? No, he just said, well, because he thought the camera looked good, and he's like, oh, we should have a podcast out, you know, with the cockpit with that camera, blah, blah, blah. But what would be the name? Yeah. I mean, of course I wanted to make the show This Old Sim, you know. But, yeah, we do have a TikTok channel. We could do that. I lost Jay. Yeah. mice instead of cats. Okay, well, we can't see you, although we could survive that right there. Oh, there we go. Now we can see you. Maybe we should put up live brambling, you know, as a show at the expo. You know, everyone wants to see a wiring diagram manual be read. Well, I don't have it here, but in theory I could bring it. Yeah, that's true. Could do that. Maybe I will try to do that tomorrow. Yeah, should work. We switched to Kyle now. So they can't see me? Or am I free to pick my nose, or? Oh. Oh, they can see me. They can see me? So, Kyle, I was going to ask you about, have you traced the phone, the PA phone here? Because it's basically like a 4-pin SLR jack that has a telephone jack coming out of it, so it's got to be super simple. That'd be a fun one to add into the plane at some point. I mean, I don't even know if you have to trace it, because you can probably just... Well, maybe not, because that part of the pedestal is pretty far back, but anyway. Yeah? Oh, I know. We have a special button we switch. Like, maybe if you're holding the wing trims askew, then the SIVA buttons become the phone dialing buttons to dial out. Wait, I'm confused. Are you talking about they come over here at Expo and talk, or are you talking about at World Flight? Oh. Oh. Dude. I mean, if they're a competent person, I don't care what they do. They can come for a night, you know. But that'd be great. Yeah. Okay. That is a cool idea to try to get people to donate to our charity, though. In addition to like donating a product, you know. Wait, you totally sound like a government employee already. When you hope in a couple years when you start doing work. First 2 years you're gonna do no work. Okay, cool. What is this? It was in the life vest pocket of the FE of the FO seat, but it's like looks like it maybe it's got 2 snaps. No, 3, 4. It's very. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. But it's got. Let's see. It's got snap here, snap here. Then it's got Velcro for this little piece. This is a unique shape. This should be a solvable problem. It's definitely. Oh, and then it's got these 2 things. Yeah. It's a weird one. I guess I'll just put it back in the seat. It's at least not got a rat in here or anything, so that's good. Yeah, Rich is like really selling the. Everything works. Everything turns on. There's a lock? Well, there's a box. What do you mean by that? There's an actual physical lock somewhere? No, we have it. It's on the wall of the plane. Yeah. But the issue is not that. It's that there's no power to any of that, I don't think. Right? I mean, we gotta, like, power it up. No, I don't think so. But... Really? Well, I don't know. Oh. Well... Yeah, I know we can reset it if it has power, although I have no evidence that it's got power. What does this red switch do, by the way? Emergency lockout? I see. Got it. Oh. I see. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like how there's no starter key for the plane, you know, you just... Possession is 100% of the law when it comes to flying a jet. Well, we're planning to have all of this. Let's see. We haven't done this yet. Working on that. Have we done any of the pack switches? Okay. Yeah. No, I was just curious what we've traced and tested. I can't remember. Fuel panel, we did a lot, right? A lot of the fuel panel. Oh yeah, we did like half the engines or something. We're down to fine tuning now. Yeah. I think for me, my sort of mental target is like by the end of summer, it'd be nice to have it flying. Like, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, I think we want to do a delivery flight and all that, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like if we're doing the northern route, then we should fly the southern route to get there. Well, no, but I mean, you could fly from Hawaii south or Tahiti or, you know. Yeah, just, yeah, something like that. Yeah. A lot of it traced, yeah. Yeah, so I designed the I/O boards for the inputs and outputs to drive Coreys and switches and the analog, like the current gauges and things like that. And then the SIVAs are using I/O, and then synchros and AirLink 429, which is what the fuel gauges are. We have Luktronics boards for that, and it's all using the Aviologic software that Luktronics and I have been working on. And well, so I mean, the SimFest guys know a lot, and they're in our Discord, and we hang out. But it's quite different plane because like theirs is a lot of 429, and the way they did the panels is very different because they don't have the OEM wiring; they have the OEM avionics. But we're actually using all the wiring. Yeah, I call this the $6,000 button here because or Corey indicator because this one indicator light essentially without having to change some of the equipment in the panel it needs us to have three-phase AC. So to buy a 400 hertz three-phase power supply costs it, yeah, so that costs like an extra 6,000 to get a three-phase one. If we just had a single phase 400 hertz power supply, it would be a lot cheaper. So in order to get that one light working without having to change equipment, yeah. So this plane's running off of actual proper three-phase AC, which means eventually, if we get the seats refurbed, we'll have the motorized controls on the seats working and everything. Yeah, here I can show you. Here, let me. take the camera. Yeah, that's why I refer to myself as the head nut job at this operation, because it's, you definitely have to be crazy. So many of the parents in my kids' class are like dying to have their kids come do it because they know they would love it. And unfortunately, we're in a kind of dumpy building right now, of course. But eventually, it's going to be at our house in Woodside, and then I think it will be really cool to have my son's flying it, and I'm the FE, and his friends come and play in it. So, yeah. Oh yeah, it's coming. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my pleasure. Yep. Yeah, let's see, it's 1:15, so it's 3:15 there now. Should, wait, no, it should be doesn't it wrap up at 4 for you guys? Yeah, so 65. Yeah, these are the real seats, real cockpit. There's someone in our Twitch asking if we have the real seats for this plane. We got the real captain seat, FO seat. I can flip the camera around here. Let's see. Yep, we have. It's a five seat cockpit here. Yeah. Yeah, I always call it the attic cockpit because you're in the upper deck. The sidewalls are sloping in like a tent, and it's tight. Plus, this thing takes up a lot of space because the wall there slopes away, but this one doesn't. So, I'm on the center line here where I'm sitting. So, in order to get around me, you have to really walk around. Why did the camera not change? There, yeah. Yeah. And that's why these cutouts are here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, then that's why the pedestal has these cutouts for your legs to be able to get in here, and it has these handles on the back here so that the FE can reach the throttles. Yeah. Yeah. That was really true in China. China, they were always calling us Papa Alpha Alpha. Mechanical. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mechanical computer. Yeah, I know. It was. It's a sim. We're turning it into a sim. Yeah, it's not a museum model. We're trying to make it a museum grade sim. Make sure you give us a follow, 65, and join our Discord too. Okay. The overhead? Sure. Let's see. So this is the. It's a little hard with the lights. Let's turn these down. So that's the overhead, I guess. And we can do the fire test. And then you have the P7 circuit breaker. And then you have the P12 circuit breaker here. And then the power, unfortunately, for the lighting is cut. But this is the P126 panel. And this only is on 747 Classics, or maybe all 747 400s, to have I don't know, that have 3-channel autopilots. So this is, again, the sort of dissimilar and redundancy. They separate out the routing a lot for the different autopilot channels, and then for the third autopilot channel, if you have that, you have this panel on your plane, and our plane had that, so we have that. And then of course you have the P6 back wall circuit breaker. It starts up with the battery and whatnot. And one of the cool features, headset problem, so I'll just tell you in advance, and then I'll show you, is they have the little ports so you can see the smoke in the P6 panel if something's going wrong here. Yep. Alright. That was a little walking tour. So you guys hear the fire bell now, huh? Kyle fixed that? That's cool. So let's see, what do you guys have planned for tonight? Okay. Got it. Yeah, we do have a... people on Twitch are asking if we have a printer. Let's see, is this... Yeah, so the printer would be down here in the FE, the flight engineer's lower left here, right by their audio control panel. This is the cable for it. We gotta trace it. On the bench, I have it working at home, except the roller, the rubber on it has degraded, so I need to get that refabbed. I kind of wrapped it with some electrical tape, and if I pull the paper as it prints, it gives it just enough that it'll move itself on its own and whatnot, so it kind of works. But then I bought recently, and I'm thinking it'll fit. I'm hoping it'll fit like here or something. I bought a wide format printer, so the idea is that we could print paper charts in the cockpit during the flight if we had to. You know, like dispatch with all the ones we think we'll need, and then if we get some sort of rerouting or unexpected arrival or something, then you could print that out and put that on the yoke. So I bought that, and it's in like great condition, so I don't think we're going to have any roller problems. That one came out of a 747-800, or Dash 8. So... I don't know, can you guys hear, if I turn on the windshield wipers, do you guys hear that? Yeah, so the windshield motors are just built into the plane, so we have those for free, basically. They didn't charge us extra. Yeah, so... No, it's not, it's... I see you haven't set your watch. It's not 1 o'clock right now, it's 1 o'clock in California. Yeah. So you got like... Yeah, so I think there's only 45 minutes or so left of the expo floor time, right? I mean, I think it wraps at 4. Maybe it wraps at 5. Hi. Oh, 50 minutes? Yeah, I don't think you'll get in before then. But you never know. They might not close the hall as zealously as they closed it last night. Last night they like really kicked you guys out, right? That's what I thought. People are going to think you're part of the Expo team. I see a bunch of Expo people behind you there. Conspiring. Oh. Boofs. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so, yeah. If we, I mean, one strategy would be we see where Expo is next year, and then we pick an airline based on that. But if we're Braniff or something like that, then we'll have like orange, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, we could all have different colored shirts if we're Braniff. Just choose your Braniff color. We'll be the Rainbow Coalition. I'd really love to know the history of why there's this little step in the elevation of the flight deck. Is that step still there in the 744? Because it just seems like it'd be a, you know. Yeah, but he would know probably. Because on the one hand, you'd have to re-engineer it, but on the other hand, it just seems like, god damn, it's so pointless. Why not just pad the floor? I mean, I can see why they felt like they wanted to gain every single possible inch back here, because it's not tall. But I don't know. Why not just make the chairs 1 inch taller in the front? Maybe it's like, maybe it was part of the whole, like, FE is not as senior as the captain and the first officers, so this is like the main deck, and this is the quarter deck where the real captain sits, you know. And, you know, you have to be, yeah, you have to be an admiral in order to step up there. Although the FE puts his feet up there when he's doing the throttles, so it's not like the FE never gets to cross the barrier. Oh, Tail West says my voice is robotic and he sees a black screen. I think try refreshing, Tail West. Yeah. Blame Iran. Talk to Iran. Because it's okay here. I think my voice may not sound amazing, but well, I mean, yeah. But they're going out on Twitch, so it's possible there's a difference. I don't know. We did not optimize our audio for Twitch or at all, really. But we changed our setup a little bit from flying because we're in between what we did last year and what we plan to do for the permanent future. So we're in a little bit of a jury rig at the moment, but good. That is the wireless Mevo one. I think the other camera, the picture quality is better, but the frame rate right now is a little low, and I think we can fix that. But I think this is the kind of camera that we want to go with. These Blackmagic 4K. But I like this. I like this camera. I think the quality is good. It's just the frame rate. I think it's set to 30, but also the shutter speed might not be very high. So you might be getting a little bit of like rolling. I don't know if we're getting rolling shutter or not, but so the trade-off is the lighting, right? So like the more wide aperture you are, the shallower your depth of field and the bigger sensor, but then the better low noise performance you have. So like I think this one has pretty good low noise. You know, it looks pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Well, then you have a big delay. But don't you think this camera looks good, guys? I think this camera looks good. I'm pleased with it. I see. So I think if we get like 3 of these in the cockpit, that'd be cool. I can't remember. Do we have nitro, don't we? Oh no, shared flight has nitro. Oh, maybe we should be using the shared flight. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get it all perfected for world flight. We're doing that again? Every year we have to enter a man. You never landed this plane? Oh. Well, there's room for improvement in the experience. Yeah, I forget if Kyle looked at it or not. I thought Kyle was going to look at it a little bit when I left the other day, but it's definitely a solvable problem. We'll have it solved this year for sure. But the control forces also needs to be improved. I'd really love to get going on figuring out the motorized No. Well, that too, but using motors for force feedback on the control columns. Because that's basically a solved problem by other people, so we just need to learn from them and adapt. We also have to figure out getting the pedal adjustment unstuck or replaced. I think we concluded the ability to adjust the pedal depth for different legs. The crank doesn't turn because it's seized over the years. We think because moisture got in there. I think there's one that kind of turns. I'm not sure if it adjusts though. Might turn because it's broken or something. I can't remember. I see. Oh man. Huh, wonder why. The sound comes out of the alert oil warning box, which is right down in here. Oh. What is Aviation Expo? Is this... Huh. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Well, there's no pleasing everyone. Yeah. And Rich. Don't forget Rich. Where's Rich going? Oh, he's going to it. I see. Okay. So is this a new thing, or have they done this in the past? Ah. Because I went to one like memorabilia show here in the Bay Area. It was just like a tiny room in a Holiday Inn. Turned out it wasn't that amazing. But they have a whole bunch of those around the country, so I was trying to figure out if this was like an expanded version of that. But this sounds pretty fancy. So this is new. This is like the first year for it? Okay. So this is the first year, huh? Okay. Cool. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Cool. Well, what week is it? Oh. Well, I think we're down to like 10 more minutes. Oh, really? The booth goes till 6? Oh. But I thought you guys have like dinners and stuff you wanted to go to that started at like 5. So if I switch this to, has to be on boom. Okay, makes sense. Seems like it's quieting down, huh? I thought people were going out to dinner. I thought there were like dinner events happening right now. Oh, okay. That's true. But isn't there like a 5 o'clock dinner or something that Microsoft is hosting or something? I see. Yeah. Well, I mean, I could. Yeah. So anyway, it definitely seems. So is the attendance as high as Vegas? Because it definitely seems like it must be a bigger space. Because it definitely doesn't seem as crowded. Yeah. Okay. How come? They're just staying on the Microsoft side? Oh. Oh. So the talks are all happening on the same floor as the expo, huh? There's not in a separate room or something. I see. Huh. Interesting. It's a little bit different layout, just because they're in a convention center, I guess, or something. So have you been able to see any of the big talks, like indirectly, or see what's happening? Yeah. Because, you know, in the early days, when I first went to this in like 2015 or 16, and it was like, the first one I went to was like the last year of FS Con, but it was like doubling every year for the first like several years. I mean, it was just like hugely exploding. But I think maybe now they've reached the point where it's matured, you know. Yeah. Well, it's great to get everyone together. I mean, that's for sure. So it's good that everyone knows about it now. Yeah. Yep. 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 Oh, yeah. That would be funny to make our own sound pack. Have poutine be an optional FE, you know. Uh, uh. Oh, I figured it out. Oh. uh. uh. Yeah, I think the thing I absolutely hope we could have, it'd be so nice, would be models of our plane for people to put into their sim. Yeah, we gotta find a way to make it HD CSL and find a way to make one for Misfizz. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, for sure. There is, I mean, some teams have made them for their planes. I don't know. Are you in the World Flight Discord? Yeah, I gotta get you in the team section or something too. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Anyway, I think that would be one of the, especially if we're like Braniff. I know last year, like on Gary's stream, we were a really cool shiny silver Northwest Airlines cargo plane, which was cool. I mean, it looked cool. I don't know what we'll be if we were Braniff, just to throw that out there. I'm not like married to Braniff or anything. Yeah, exactly. That's my worry, that we'll be like an X-plane, we would be like a random airline every time. And like even if you like look away. Oh, we should. Yeah, I wonder if the 3D modeler friend from PMDG would be willing to give us a like low res external only model or whatever it takes to make an HD or make like a CSL. I don't even know what it's called in the Misfizz world, right? But like, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we can try talking to Felix again about getting like his model. That would make, I mean, like that would make our life super easy for X-Plane. I don't know if it makes it super easy for Misfizz, but those two people would be the people to talk to. Maybe for getting like a really nice model or something, right? I'm okay with the 100 versus 300. I don't, like I don't care about that. Yeah, whatever they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So we just need an extended hump. I know I mean, isn't there like a 300 mod in X-Plane? I don't know how they do that. Hey, maybe you can get relics in this. I mean, I think you can literally take the model from like X-Plane without permission. I mean, not without permission, but I mean, like, you don't need him to give us the like Blender files. I think we can take the model from the object date. The thing is, you just lose the like animation, so you have to go in and like reanimate it a bit or something. Maybe we can get relics on that. That would be a good use of relics this time too. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was saying we might need to talk to the PMDG guys. Maybe they can give us a file or like make a metal file for us or whatever. Or, you know. Yeah. Yeah. But can we take a model, import it into Blender? Like if we get relics involved, can we take a model, import it into Blender, and put in the animations? Because you basically just need some sort of flap animation. You need the yeah. Elevator would be nice too. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That would be awesome. Actually, for a long time, I've wanted to get like a Kickstarter together where simmers could throw in money for a bounty that would go to like whoever made a really good model match set. Because it's sort of a tragedy of the commons thing, right? Like everyone would love great models, but no one wants to be the one that spends all the time doing it for no benefit. I mean, like we haven't found that fanatic yet to come along and do it. We just need someone that like takes all the popular airplanes and like uses their meshing enough that you can use the liveries. Because that'd be the goal, is that you could use the liveries that are being painted by people with, for planes, and those liveries would work with the CSLs. That would be like my dream world. Yeah. Or my other idea was like you create a fund so that any developer of a plane that contributes their plane gets to claim that portion of the fund for that aircraft type, and then that would give them enough incentive to like spend a day making a low res model or a sufficiently low res model that they're willing to release it. Yeah, so that's why you have like a bounty where people can donate money and then or pledge money. And then, so I'd be like, hey, look, if you give us your A320 model, you get $1,000 from 200 people that pledged $5 or something. That'd be cool. I don't know. I tried. So I wrote that not better pushback. I wrote that pushback tow bar thing, and I had it try to make a model, and it like didn't seem like it did much good at all. Like I don't know. Cloud's getting smarter every day, so I mean I could try, but I think in design is like the one area where it's still much better to use people. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think if you bang away at it enough, maybe you can get it, but I don't know. I don't think that's the right technical approach yet. There might be other AIs that are more optimized for 3D modeling. I don't even know, but and of course AI is like changing so fast. You wait 6 months, could totally work for all I know. But I haven't. So where are all the other guys? They're just sitting. They're there, or they're off. I see. Okay. I see Rich. No. Oh. I see. Let me back out and add that. Ah, yeah, I see it. Yep, there's the hand. He scooted off. Something like that, yeah. He's off to fly the A330. Well, it's very hard to transport a Boeing plane compared to an Airbus plane. You have all the floor stuff. Airbus is just... Well, I'm not sure whether or not I'm back yet from Banff. Depends on if we go to Banff. But maybe we can get some other designated survivor to sit in the cockpit and... yeah, that's true. We could have Kyle and you up there. I could, well, like I said, I don't know if I'm back or not, but yeah. Are we getting a free booth? Do they want us there so bad they'll just give us a booth? I mean, I feel like non-profits should get free booths. We're sort of a non-profit. Yeah. Well, we got lots of people that come up, work on the plane. Yeah. Yeah, you can read the wiring diagram manuals and documentation and training resources. Things. There's a lot of things we would like to do that aren't just physical to the cockpit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of software. I want to write like a dispatch system, ACARs, like crew scheduling. What's like web software. Then there's more low-level stuff. So interfacing to these avionics requires a little bit of logic. You might have the I/O coming in from the device, switches and state, or even like some digital values or whatnot, and then you gotta adapt that to like the X-plane. We use the Fearless and the X-plane, so you gotta adapt that to like data refs in the sim and interface that and documentation. We've written a whole website and database system for tracking wires. We're tracing wires and matching them to the ATA section chapter pages and sheets within the wiring diagram manual. And so, yeah, I mean, Claude has been a big help, this year using AI. But we just have, even with Claude, there's still just an unbelievable amount of like coding work for those of us that are doing that part to do. So if you're interested in that, you can get involved and be sure to join our Discord. I want to say there's probably a few people that privately have 747 Classics and are working on like making them light up and whatnot, maybe. But we're definitely like the only team that is like actively working on it and putting out content and flying it as a sim and whatnot. So it's definitely a rare thing. But I know of at least two other people that have 747 Classic shells and cockpits, but they don't have like a team and they're not actively pursuing getting it really flying and flying all the time and whatnot. Ah. Thank you. How many minutes? Oh. Yeah, we're in the heat of the day now here. It's getting pretty hot. If I go stand in the back of the cockpit, it's still cool back here. I just need to get a little fan going here. Yeah. Let me do that while we have no one here. Now we're talking. Yeah. Yep. It's very nice when we have cold, only slightly moldy air coming straight out of these gaspers. I think we'll be okay. I don't know, it might. Won't it just have died? I mean, how long can mold live? Yeah, I mean, doesn't it... What is it, eating the vent? I mean, it seems like it would need a sustenance. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, maybe that's it. Hantavirus, that's going to come from the rat poop. Oh, nice. San Jose, Bay Area, SF Bay Area, yeah. Yeah, we need to get some motors in and some gearing and be able to drive the columns so we can have force feedback plus the autopilot. That'd be very nice. Nice. Were you were FE or you were what were you? Okay, FO. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah. Well, what are you doing first week of November? You know, do you want to come fly it? Okay. Very cool. Yeah, definitely come join and hang out, or keep up with the project. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Yep. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, thanks for your time. And join our Discord so you can share more stories. Yep. Wow. No, only Delta Airlines does that when they can find a school. Well, that's part of why we do it, to keep these things alive. Yep, yep. Yep. Yeah. How much? Oh, cool. Well, why wouldn't we make it work? Yeah, we're just not gonna like rip the sidewalls off to do it, but we can. I'm sure there's a way to make them work. I mean, if we had to, we can cut in from the outside, maybe, but tricky. Oh, is Chris upset that we cut the skin? Well, what I think you could do someday would be to I mean, like, you could re-envision it a little bit. I mean, I would certainly like to be able to button it up, but we could, you clean up everything, and you could either replace it with plexiglass or, some sheet metal or, I don't know. There's different ways to, like, make it look good. It really doesn't look horrible. Like, compared to some of the other damage we're facing, what we did is not too bad. But I mean, I think I'd still want to be able to keep access. You just get some fasteners or something. And yeah. Yep. Thank you. No, yeah. So when do they announce World Flight Route? Okay. Probably it's whenever they get the video edited. It's 40 something stops probably. What's the reason why they want to end earlier? Just for our sake? I see. I see. Yeah. I mean, of course, there's all the people on the East Coast that will be. If they ended up at like 1 a.m. East Coast time, that'd be perfect. We'll talk about it when the stream's over. I mean, on the other way to look at it is it's very hard to control those final legs, so you never really know what the schedule will be. I actually think the far worst thing for us is just that they start on Halloween night. But I can understand why that's not changeable. Yeah, yeah. I mean, in Australia, it's the first. So it's and it's like, well, let's see. No, they start. Don't they start? They actually start like in the afternoon for us. So we could in theory do the first or be on the start of the first leg. Well, not for you because you have to drive up. But I could. I don't know. It's just they shouldn't start on Halloween. It should be the first Saturday well into. I mean, like first Saturday for all of the world, not the first Saturday for Australia. But I get why. I mean, I get why it's been this way, and there's, I'm not expecting them to change it just for us. But what did they want to change when they stop? Yeah. Oh, I think at one point I like adjusted I tried to get rid of the distortion or something, but it like made it worse. I can't or no, that was the first year I think. I can't remember. Okay, you have like huge bellies. Oh, oh, I see. I'm quite pleased with this camera, so I think we need to get two or three more of these. Okay. Oh. Huh. Yeah. 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 Yeah, yeah. Well, this one I've set the white balance on the camera because it's more professional. The other one, I don't know, there might well be a way to do it, but it's not a professional camera. So I don't know. This one we can control a lot of the exposure settings and stuff in software if we have through a cable. So I think we need to get like a ATEM switcher box, and then we can try doing like the video follows audio deal where whoever's talking will get a camera on them. And I want to get that like Just Planes feel rather than the more static SimFest feel where it's just forward camera, back camera, forward camera, back camera. I'd like to have like 3 cameras because, you know, we're 3 crews, so we should have 3 cameras. And yeah. Well, not constantly. There'd be like a back off or something, right? And like you probably have different phase of flight rules too. So like during cockpit prep, maybe you'd have like just this camera. But also you could have a director that overrides it by pushing buttons that sets the scene. Yeah. No, I mean dispatch will do it, right? Yeah, yeah. No, I mean you can use the iPad to do dispatch is the plan. Yeah. Now that part. No, that part. Yeah, I mean that part will definitely be doable. I mean, the standard way to do dispatch is the captain puts in the fuel request, right? And then at some point the fueling happens, and the crew doesn't ever do anything more. So that's the goal of what I want to simulate. Of course, we have to have like a hurry up mode. Actually, the one on my desk works, but I think apparently we own 4 Sivas because there's 2 here and there's at least 2 at home. So we have a spare, I guess. Or no, I think we have 5 Sivas then because I think I had 4 at home. 1 didn't work. Maybe doesn't work. Sorry, you're cutting out, Jay. Well, don't they have the Flight Deck Solutions one still? Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted to get that second mode select panel, because I do worry about that. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh. Yeah. So was this in the context of how great and easy it will be to come out here and hang out with us? Yeah. Yeah, I get that people don't want to disrupt their training. Well, I think the concept is pretty simple. Our goal is that we don't have anyone we haven't flown with, or at least hung out with, here at the hangar. You know, so they've seen the plane beforehand. You know, I'm not saying that we can't make an exception, but that would be the goal, just from the standpoint of building a team. Yeah. I mean, we'd almost probably be, you know, I'd almost probably rather we be small and end up missing legs this year than than have like a bunch of rando people that kill the team vibe. Right. Yeah, no, I'm optimistic. I certainly am not aiming to miss legs. Matter of fact, our goal would be show up on time. Yeah, show up on time, and then dispatch reliability. You know, just have a better dispatch plan. I mean, wait. Go ahead. Yeah, it wasn't the actual like dispatch. It's more like the ability for anyone to fly in any position and fly to a common. I mean, you want to get to the point where it's like an airline in the sense that you just don't have to know the person you're flying with super well in order to be able to fly with them well, right? Yeah, I know. Got my hand on the battery switch. No. Actually, right now it doesn't work because we have the overrides on. So even in the real plane, if you have AC going, the TRUs supply the actual DC, right? Because you don't want to drain the battery. The battery is just for desperation. So even in the real plane, with the engines running, turning this off won't really do anything at all. But we obviously don't have engines running. But we just have, magically, we have everything powered up from the override. I remember at the end of World Fight last year, Kyle was like ready to go to bed. He had his hand on the like battery switch for like the ceremonial offing of the lights, and we were just like yakking away. He's like, ah, and then finally there was a moment of silence. He's just like, boom, done. They're just so much easier to transport, I'm telling you. You don't need a floor. Yeah, so, you know. Yeah, you could fit, I mean, it's like the Cedar Clipper. You can easily get it in a U-Haul. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully we have the FE and most of the overhead pedestal, and then P2 will be the next. I mean, that may get rid of this year too. Just go back to proper instruments, and then P1, P3, and the mode select panel with the triple autopilot. That'll be like the last part. And how quickly it goes, I don't know. It's a lot of tracing and also figuring out how much we can simplify. I mean, like the actual mode select panel on a triple autopilot plane like this, it's like 5 55-pin connectors, right? So it's a lot of wiring to figure out. But, I mean, not figure out, because we have the wiring diagram manual, but to trace and interface. So we'll see. But we have the wire diagram manual for this plane, so we'll get in parts. So we'll get there. We have all the instruments and spares. All right. Bye-bye.